Okay, looks like we're gonna be doing some chambers. I don't know. Couldn't really figure out what to do exactly. And when in doubt, send some CMs. I couldn't quite figure out what I wanted to do. I have things I want to do in the long term, but between a 6 day, I've been trying to figure out what I want to do. There's also obviously a list of. I do have a pretty extensive list of things I want to be doing, but between now and the bingo, which is about 6 days or less now, even, I don't want to really get into any grinds that will take me quite some time. So I even went to Vires, which I haven't done in a long time, via Watch Sentinels, and I AFK'd a bit of that. Unfortunately, did not get a blood shard. But you know what? I figured when in doubt, when I don't know what to do, let me just come to the Chambers of Xerix and send some solo CMs. Okay, there's actually going to be a slightly different setup now. I'm going to want the Ember Light. I wonder if I hammer spec at all. I don't know. Well, let's go and get started. It's been a while since I sent a solo CM as well. I sent one when Yama first came out after I got the oath plate armor. But even then, I only sent a couple. Whereas in the past, I used to send 5, 6, if not more of these every single day going from my T-bow. Also, there's a slight change in my setup, as Ice Demon is now weak to Demon main weapons, so we brought our Emberlight. One more swing here should get the job done. Nope, it's 3 HP. One more, there we go. Let's get our light bearer on. Let's go ahead and overload and enhance right away. And we can heal back up with these anglers that we brought in. I did have an anti-venom in my pre-pot, so we didn't bring that in. That should last us past shamans. Crab room, nice and easy. Oh, we have auto retaliate on. Oh, is that going to cost us? No, surely it's going to disappear, right? Yeah, there we go. Now we melee this one. We'll go ahead and smash that, turn off our prayer. Let's go ahead and try to fix our inventory here. Alright, we're going to want to go ahead and switch to our mage gear. That's probably going to be the best DPS, I think, on these scabs. Also, I do have this setting turned on for when I play the 50 defense account, but let me just turn this off. It's attack styles hiding the defense options. Okay, it looks like we have everything we need in just 2 KC. Sometimes you just get lucky like that. Sometimes you even get it out of 1. Let's go ahead and build the chest. I'm actually not sure if I should be sending a mall spec here with the Emberlight. I don't know. Or like, should I send Emberlight specs? I have no idea, to be honest. Let's go ahead and put the pots in shared and the supplies. Deposit all. Pick up the axe over here. We're going to start chopping as well as pick up the tinderbox. Every time you get the wood cutting EXP drop, you can actually go ahead and move to the next sapling so that we can make our way back closer to Ice Demon because we were pretty far there on the other side of the room. Once we get a full inventory, we're going to deposit and light the brazier. So that's 1 inventory. We're going to do a second inventory as well. One more chop, potentially. Nope. Maybe another one. There we go. For the second inventory, we're going to light a different brazier. And then from this on, we're just going to get as many chops as possible until the Ice Demon percentage bar there hits 35%. 35% is just a nice, comfortable number that will give us plenty of time to gear up. And we're just going to deposit the remaining kindling in any of them. Deposit the axe and tinderbox. We won't be needing that anymore. Withdraw all. We don't need the staminas. We don't need the pickaxe. And we don't need the scythe at this point in time. I'm going to go ahead and spec 1 maul like I typically do in the past. Unfortunately missed there. Now, I don't know how to do Ice Demon with a 4-tick weapon in melee. Can't say I've done this before, so this is probably not going to be good. So far, so good, though. I'm just kind of making it up along the way, though. I did tank a hit there. Tank the 1. I'm staying alive and I'm doing damage, but that was definitely not the optimal way to do it. That was very good, though. Alright, we're going to go ahead and switch to our range gear here. Slap the light bearer on as well. And you know what? That is a change. Typically, we would have the light bearer on the entire time, and we would have ZCB spec up by now. But I guess we can ZCB spec the second one. The second shaman. Now, I've actually made a mistake here. Made 2 mistakes. For one thing, our T-bow wasn't accurate. Secondly, we're out of overload now, and I forgot to take out the pots, because I was so focused on Ember lighting Ice Demon. It goes to show when you do something in a certain way thousands of times and just one minor change occurs, it can like really throw you off. So after this shaman, we're gonna... Actually, you know what? We could probably get away with... It'll just be a little bit slower. But I was gonna say we were gonna run back to get the potions, but let's just go ahead and get this shaman. Let's put the ZCB on long range. Tried to get it to jump into the safe spot. Unfortunately, it didn't work. You know, we're still doing a lot of damage despite not being overloaded. Alright, let's just make sure this shaman doesn't jump because that'll cost us more time. 1 more hit should do it. Down it goes. Let's go ahead and pick up Buchu seeds. Now that we're past Ice Demons, I think the rest of the raid is going to go exactly how they've always gone for me in the previous thousands of raids. And go ahead and plant the Buchu. Drop the rake, seed, and seed dibbler. We don't need those anymore. We're going to temporarily shove the spade in shared, deposit all. Actually, let's do a little bit of reorganizing real quick. We can manually deposit the Avernic, the maul, take out the scythe and replace it where the Emberlight was. Now we deposit all. Take the spade, take the juice, which we actually did not get enough of. I must have not picked up the second stack on the ground. That's okay. I think we can do with 10 brews. It's just 3 less than we normally would. I think we always have extra anyways. What this means, though, is we can actually drop 3 vials. So we won't be needing those. We're going to deposit some vials in there, in the shared, and then let's start picking up the Buchu. Okay, we have more than 8 Buchu, but we just need 8 for the restores. I'm going to go ahead and make those now. And then take the vials out of shared so that we have them for the brews. We're just going to need to pick up 9 more Buchu. We already have one in the inventory. Neat little trick here. You can actually clean the herbs in between picking from the patch. If you do it correctly, I messed up there. It's a little extra effort, and I'm actually not even sure if it's worth it, but it's like a, I don't know, I guess you could call it a party trick or something. I don't know if it actually saves any time or not. What will save you time, though, is making your brews as you move into the next room. What raid scale do I run? This is a solo CM, so it's just unscaled. We're going to go ahead and withdraw all. We don't need the pickaxe, the maul, or the emberlight, or the stamina pots. And we're a personal choice here. I'm going to bank the thralls and the rune pouch. The thrall book and the rune pouch, just to have room for all the potions. Make sure we're overloaded and enhanced. Get ready to ZCB. We have it on long range for this particular reason, in case the major spawns all the way on the other side. I actually messed up a little bit there, tagging the ranger. I meant to hit the melee. We get away with it, though. Max melee now. And focus down the ranger. And that's because when you get the ranger low, you can actually step under it and focus the other ones. Okay, we're actually going to continue to follow it because we didn't do that much DPS that time. That's pretty good. Let's switch to our range gear with the T-bow. Focus the major down. Make sure we're not hitting too hard and resetting the vanguards because that would be unfortunate. So that was a good hit there. Now the melee has really high health, so we're going to switch to our shadow. And based on where the vanguard spawned, this one can't see me right here, even though we're standing right next to it. It just works funny that way for some reason. We get it low, and let's go ahead and switch focus onto the melee. Or the ranger, and we melee it. We can probably do another scythe swing or two. But right now, we just need to focus down the major. And we should be able to get them all without resetting now. Keep an eye out on our health here. Eat on the overload 15s so that our stats stay topped up. Another rotation happening right now. Major is down. I'm going to go ahead and drop the overload and enhance that I just used, because Vanguards is going to guarantee me a new set. Melee is down now, so last thing to do is the Ranger. Down it goes. Let's pick up all the pots. Make sure to pick up an overload and enhance because you just dropped the old ones. Moving on to Thieving Room, also make sure you have the Light Bearer going so that you have ZCB spec ready for Vespula next. So we actually have the inventory space right now, so before we even bank our potions or any gear, we're just going to start opening these chests on our way over there. If you want to be efficient about time, I think you want to deposit when you have maybe like 9 grubs, but I'm not really caring too much here. I'm going to go ahead and deposit all my potions into shared. And as for my gear, I'm going to switch into my range gear with the ZCB equipped. That's because we're going to open the Vespula fight with a ZCB spec. It's actually quicker to get through the Thieving Room if you keep feeding it grubs as soon as you can. Maybe in batches of like 8 to 10, 11-ish. You can just grab 30 grubs if you want. In a solo scale, you need 30 grubs, but that's going to ultimately take longer. Alright, so we have enough grubs. We're going to go to private, and now we take out all our specialty items. We don't need them all until Ohm, so that stays in storage. Same thing with the Emberlight. We don't need that anymore. We're gonna need 1 stamina pot. We're going to take out our thralls and rune pouch. To the potions now, the overload, enhance. I'm going to take 2 revits here and 1 brew. We're going to go through, sip the stam. Double check our quick prayers. We're going to be shadowing here, so we want redemption and augury, which we already have set. Protect melee against the scavenger just in case. You never know. Open with the ZCB spec. And off we go. Vespula's max hit is going to be an 8, so make sure your health is above 8 at all times when you're doing the redemption method. Now this is not very ideal here as I have to re-overload in the middle of the Vespula fight. If you have the health, you can go ahead and preemptively re-overload because you're going to be low HP at this room anyways to avoid that. But you can also just play it safe, and when your overload runs out and you need to re-overload, just stand on the safe tile and wait for your overload to do its thing. Down goes Vespula. And what I like to do here is I also like to drop my overload and enhance again just to get a fresh one, but I mean, it really doesn't matter because you're going to continue getting more overloads and enhances later on in the raid anyways. Right here, we're not going to do anything fancy at tightrope, so we're just going to heal up all the way. And I want to ensure I have 3 brews. 3 brews usually gets the job done for me. Again, nothing fancy, no tightrope skips. This is just a regular KC. We're going to T-build the majors, summon a thrall, turn run energy off, and if you do a step back into these dark tiles right here, and then click the mob, you'll only trade 1-to-1 hits. Whereas if you were to just stand in range of their attacks, I don't know what ratio it is, but it's not going to be good for you. By doing the step back method, you're giving yourself an even playing field with these guys, reducing the amount of damage you take. 1 more hit, and down goes the major. Now for the rangers, these things hit like a truck. So what I like to do is I like to do the same method where I trade 1-to-1 hits, but whenever I step in and shoot, I immediately flick to some range defense armor. In this case, it would be my oath plate. But you want to shoot with your Missouri or your best in slot range, obviously. And after you shoot, immediately flick over. Make sure to continue doing the step back method. Alright, those rangers went down pretty quickly. We're going to cross the rope. Grab the keystone crystal. So as we run through here, just make sure your health is high enough to where you won't get destroyed by any potential mistakes at Guardians. But other than that, Equip your max melee and your pickaxe and defender. Hit the shared real quick if you need to. I like to bring 2 restores out, and then all the potions I need. If you need to, hit the energy well. Other than that, go down the rope and head towards Guardians. Another important thing, minor detail though, is that you want to equip your pickaxe and a vernix so that you have 1 extra inventory space for an extra brew. I also made a mistake here. Typically, I sip the stamina and bank the stamina, but hopefully that doesn't cost us. What that does for us is we would be able to bring 5 brews instead of 4 brews, but I overlooked that while I was just yapping and trying to explain what I was doing. But unless we get terribly unlucky at Multistreaming, this should still be okay. Not much to Guardians here. You just step back to avoid melee damage and the falling boulders. You can do this exact method I'm doing to save just a little bit of run energy. It's probably less crucial these days with the run energy changes, but this method does save you a bit of stamina. Instead of running 2 tiles back and then running the 2 tiles back towards the Guardian. What this method does is that you run 2 tiles in to attack, or you run out, but then you do 1 walking tile. So it just saves a little bit of stamina there. So as I'm doing Guardians here, I'm seeing that I have just under 40 seconds left on my overload, and enhance for that matter. I think I'm going to go ahead and re-overload before I enter Vasa, whether the overload runs out or not. Now again, it doesn't matter what HP you're at because Vasa's going to do the teleport attack anyways, and you're going to be low. Unless you do the teleport skip method, but I'm not going to be doing that right now. Our enhance actually runs out, so let's go ahead and resip that. And just as we finish the Guardians, the overload's about to run out too, but I actually preemptively sipped it. Like I said, your HP does not matter. We're going to equip the Scythe and then switch into our range gear just for inventory consistency sake. Equip your range gear in ZCB. When you get teleported, just to be safe, sip a brew or 2. Make sure you have your Thrall Summon, Prayer Range, and Rigor. Now go ahead and T-Bow or Bofa, whatever you're using. Unfortunately, I had to brew a few extra times there just to play it safe, but better to play it safe than to plank and lose all your points. We're going to make sure our prayer is up here as well. We're just scything the Vasa Crystal. Scything the Vasa Crystal has always been decent even before the introduction of Oath Plate. But now that we have Oath Plate, it's actually a lot better. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Vasa's heading its way to the second crystal. Let's get ready for that. Now, at the start of Vasa, I did drop my overload to make room so I could equip a 2-hand weapon. I forgot to mention that, but make sure you have room to equip your 2-hand weapons. And I chose to drop the overload because we're going to be getting another one from Vasa. Neat little trick here is if you ever need to run through Vasa, praying melee does reduce the trample damage. So we're going to go ahead, now that we're done with Vasa, we're going to equip our pickaxe and a vernic for extra room. Now you see we still have a full inventory and we don't have an overload. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sip the prayer enhance, drop it, and then take the overload. This is because we're going to get another enhance in the Multistreaming room, and we're going to be able to use that one for all. So I'm going to create some room here by eating all the way up, and then if you need to, hit the stamina pool. Typically at this point, I also just rock with 1 revitalization potion in my inventory, but right now we have 2. But if you also need to make space, go ahead and drop 1 because you're only going to need 1. Here in the Mystics room, we don't bring a salve in solos personally, so we're going to be max maging it with our Timican Shadow. It is better DPS than T-bowing if you don't use a salve. Make sure to corner safe spot these Mystics as best as you can, because if they're just spamming the mage attack on you, or even worse, meleeing you, you will take a lot of damage. So right here we have one trying to melee us. We're going to bait it through, lure it through all the way to the end of the room, and try to get the attention of the other one as well. Alright, so that was not exactly great. We got the attention of one and then lost the attention of the other one. These things do hit like a truck, as you can see, so we're going to safe up here. We're heavily brewed down, but that's okay. We'll just restore. We have them safe spotted now, and I'm not going to lie though, these remaining brews I have left, minus one brew than we typically would, that might come back to bite us. Like I said, typically I bank the stamina, and I also only bring one restore after Vasa. I bring two down, but I go ahead and sip one fully so that I have an inventory full of brews. Because I'm not entirely focused on the raid and I'm just too busy yapping, I've made a few mistakes here. But hopefully we have a nice and humble Muttadile. Now you'll notice in my inventory as we're working on the last Mystic here, I didn't bring a ZGS, and I'm definitely not on the Ancient Spellbook to barrage and freeze the Muttadile. That's because we're going to be chopping. Freezing or ZGSing is the best option, but it's also like a gamble, right? You never know if you're going to miss. If you miss, it's kind of game over. So I elect to chop. So we didn't need the axe from Ice Demon because we get one here in the room. Now we're going to make sure we're in tank gear here. I should have swapped into the tank gear before I came in here, instead of walking in full Ancestral, aka Paper Robes. But we're going to be chopping the tree, and every time we get an EXP drop, we can hit the Muttadile and eat a brew as well. Well, yeah, it's looking pretty grim right now, as we're taking a lot of damage and we're barely chopping the tree. And I need to re-overload on top of that, which I think I'll do after I'm done chopping the tree. Again, just depending on your situation in the raid, sometimes you might even want to consider re-overloading if the overload's about to run out before you head into Muttadile. Okay, so we are done chopping the tree. We're going to summon a Thrall, and we're going to do a step under here on the baby dial here to trade hits 1-to-1. Also flick into some tank gear just to reduce the damage that you could take. We're also going to go ahead and overload here. This could get sketchy. We're going to get really low, but we should be overloaded rather than trying to do this room unpotted. So we get the baby dial down. We're going to switch into our range gear. ZCB. Let the spec rip. Unfortunately, we miss, and we're almost certain to go down here because we're out of brews. In fact, I'm going to do my best to get out of here and not die. Oh, never mind. We're dead. So, evidently, we did need those 2 extra brews, which I failed to grab. Truly unfortunate. What could you do there? Well, we're going to go ahead and pick up this overload that we dropped earlier from Guardians. Sip it. Drop it. You know what? This enhance we dropped earlier too, we're going to sip that as well. And on our way back to Muttadile, let's just go in with some health, yeah? And not 49 HP. Take these stamina pools as needed. Take the portal to skip the Mystic's room. And back we are. Let's go ahead and summon a Thrall as well. So dying at Mudodal is pretty annoying. 100% Jagex designed this raid knowing they were going to intentionally put the Mudodal room in the last room before Ohm so that you lose a bunch of your points. But it's the first raid back in a long time, so it is what it is. And I did make some mistakes in my inventory management. And instead of fixing it, I just kept trucking on. So honestly, my own fault. Alright, Mudodal down. We're going to pick up the Overload and Enhance. And we're going to go ahead and brew up to full. Maybe even restore to make sure our prayer's up to full. We're going to start organizing our inventory here as we move towards Ulm. We're going to equip our melee gear. Hit the stamina pool again. We want to make sure we have stamina heading into Ulm. Alright, now that we're at the bottom just outside Ulm, we're going to go ahead and drop that brew because we're going to want to pick that up in a second here. Likewise, we're going to drop the restore. Hit the private chest, bank everything we don't need. That being the pickaxe, the ZCB, the axe. You know, you can always smuggle a bronze axe out of here if you want. We're going to deposit all our pots in the shared. We're going to take out the Elder Maul. First things first, arguably, you want to take out the Elder Maul so you don't forget it. We're going to go ahead and sip a stamina dose here and bank this 1 dose stam and take out a 4 dose one. And then take out the Overload, the Enhance. I like to work with 2 restores and 5 brews. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and re-overload and enhance. And the reason why we dropped the brew and restore on the ground is because we're going to be using the ones in our inventory to get our stats to absolute max. Pick up those extra ones on the floor. Now we're ready to head in. Elder Maul out. Get ready to spec. We actually got the good side here. We're going to get the good side twice. Unfortunately, we missed the Elder Maul spec, so let's just go ahead and send another one. There we go. 1 land. Switch to our melee or mage gear. Summon a Thrall. And start Mage Hand running. We're currently doing the 12-0 side, and I say we got the good side because we're going to get the 12-0 side twice, meaning 0 damage taken on the Mage Hand running. The other side is going to be an 8-1 cycle, so you will occasionally tank a hit. But as you can see right here, we're not taking any damage. I do believe our... Oh, I actually messed up there. Unfortunate. And now we get the teleport. Alright. When you mess up, no big deal. Just try to reset. And now we're in cycle again. The Mage Hand is probably going to go down in 1 or 2 hits here. Not if my Shadow decides to hit a 1 and then a 0. Alright, down it goes. We're going to switch to our melee gear here. And summon a melee Thrall as well. Landing 1 Maul spec is good enough. We're currently at 50 spec. Now the melee method we're doing right now is 3-1 scything. It's actually not the most efficient because on one specific attack in the cycle, you do end up 6-ticking your scythe, which is a 5-tick weapon, so that's not necessarily great. But this method is similar to when you're using a 4-tick weapon like a Dragon Hunter Lance or a Whip. It's the same concept. Now right now we have the poison trail and we're doing our best to not just completely sit on it while staying in cycle. We actually run out of prayer as we finish off the hand. In between phases, you can actually put on the light prayer, and I do think you get a little bit of extra spec back. At the start of each phase, we're going to go ahead and sip a stamina pot, or just as needed, just pay attention. Now, I actually messed up there. Tanked a hit at the start. If you do that tick perfect, you're not going to tank a hit at all. You'll only tank a hit on the first phase. So here we are on the 8-1 side. And we're actually continuing to mess up here as I dead clicked. And then I followed by a misclick. It's going well. Humble 0 though. But here we are in cycle. So this is the one hit you tank. Trying my hardest to stay, to actually get in cycle here. But we're messing up. You know what? Sometimes you just don't get in cycle and you're just trying to keep DPS up. But when you're in gear like this, it doesn't matter and you end up just finishing the hand. So we didn't do that correctly at all. Not even once. But the mage hand is now dead. So onto the melee hand, summon a melee thrall. And a solo CM, Ohm's max hit is a 43, so keep that in mind. Front page of your YouTube, no way. Humble tank there. It attacked us twice, so we're gonna 1-1 here with the side. One time. And now we should be in cycle, if I remember correctly. Our enhance ran out, so let's go ahead and sip that. Our overload's about to run out. There it is. Let's go ahead and sip our overload. And we're also going to sip a brew here, because if it autoed us there, we could be potentially dead. That would have been a chance. It is a bit annoying when they prayer drain you like that, so what I like to do is I like to keep my prayer pretty low. I like to sip a restore whenever I'm below 10 prayers, so there's some buffer room for error and gives me some time. But also, if it does send out the prayer drain attack, it won't actually take away too much of my prayer. In between phases here, again, light prayer on. I'm going to go ahead and sip a brew 2 times. It should recover in time back to full stats for the hammer. Actually, we're a few seconds off here, unfortunate. Since it's the last phase, we're going to go ahead and send 2 hammers. I don't know why I'm consistently late right now. Too busy yapping, I guess. Let's watch our prayer here. And also sip a stam. Let's get in the cycle here. I'm actually a little lost as to where we are in the cycle, so let's just fix this real quick. Here we go. Our max hit is a 69 on our mage, so we do have to keep that in mind as we are on P3 here. We got a pretty big hit there, so let's switch to our melee gear here. Let's see if we're in cycle. We are. Yeah, unfortunately, this has been a pretty scuffed run, as I'm too busy yapping away at what I'm doing, and then making some mistakes. Mostly inventory-related mistakes where we had less brews than we intended to, and then Mudadal destroyed us. So we're going to go ahead and finish the melee hand first here. And then as soon as it's down, switch to our mage gear. And we're not even worrying about attack cycle and turning the head here. Although we are trying to turn the head, but we're not going to miss any hits. We're trying to get the mage hand down as quick as possible. Now we're on head phase, summon a range thrall. And we're going to be 4-1ing here. Prayer's running low, so sip a restore. We get burned. That is not what you want to see. Again, do your best to eat on 15s with your overload, but if you're about to get hit and you're below 43 or even like slightly above 43, but say, for example, right now you're getting burned, definitely just play it safe. So right now we're about to get hit. We're at 41, so I'm going to eat there. You never know if that was going to be a range hit that would hit you for 43 or even like 40, and then you get comboed out by the burn. Couple more hits here, and Olm should go down. There we go. First raid back in a while. Unfortunately, we did plank. Just 47.6k points. Otherwise, we would have got like about 63,000. And there you go. 10 Toad Flax Seed. Instead of Toad Flax herbs, we get Toad Flax Seeds. And the Lizard Man Fangs that we don't really care too much about, honestly. Okay, are we gonna do another Chambers? I kind of want to send another one, especially since we died. Unless there's something else to do, I don't know. We could also go to TOA. I do need a full set of unfortified Missouri for my other account in the GIM group, my 50 defense account. But yeah, this is interesting. Chambers now drops seeds as well as herbs. 1 second, and I think we'll be sending another one. All right, just had to grab myself some tea. All right, let's go ahead and re-gear for another one. So from my understanding, I've seen speedrunners use Torva Helm and an Ultor Ring. I think that's just for max hit reasons because if you just look at it on a surface level, full Oath Plate Bellator is better DPS. But the only reason I can think of as to why people use Torva Helm and Ultor Ring is just for the max hits. Anyways, let's get re-geared here for a second KC, I suppose, and hopefully we do better this time. We don't even have the Emerald properly in this setup. It's kind of weird. Alrighty, Chugging Barrel, Angler, and Tuna. Let's go ahead and chug, eat the tuna, eat the angler. bring out 2 anglers in our inventory if we take damage from Tecton, or even just to heal up from the overload. And off we go. Alright, melee thrall, get ready to hammer spec. First is guaranteed. Let's see if we hit the second one. We do, fantastic. Not the best DPS here, although that huge swing right before it hit the anvil does make up for it a little bit. Let's just patiently wait, avoid damage. And obviously this is not the fastest way to do Tecton, but it's just a nice consistent way to do it. Lure Tecton all the way to the back of the room, so that you have the most time possible to swing at him. Couple more swings here. Hopefully our sight doesn't noodle. It's 2 HP. The Thrall could finish it off. It hits a 0. We're going to finish it off. Light Bearer on. T-bow and our, forgot what it's called for a second, our Quiver. We're going to go ahead and sip the Overload and Enhance. Also put on our Ancestrals for when we cast our Shadow so it doesn't splash. We're going to aggro 3 crabs here with our T-bow. Do the range crystal first. Got that going. Smash this crab into place. Smash the next crab into place. Switch to the mage gear for the mage crystal. Lure the third unsmashed crab so that you get to the nothing crystal, the black crystal. Got that. We're going to smash this in place and lure the 4th crystal that we didn't touch previously to the melee crystal. Almost messed up here, but we saved it at the last second. Alright, let's fix our inventory. We're going to be equipping our mage gear here to hit a few scavs. We're going to go ahead and eat the anglers we brought in, just so we're as healthy as can be, and make room for the resources we're about to pick up. Got 2 planks. We're going to want 13 juice and 8 mushrooms. That's the number we're going after. Again, you can also keep in mind that you do get resources from Ice Demon, but I always tend to forget to pick those up. So I go ahead and scav everything I need. I want to make a shared storage here anyways, so we're going to be scavving regardless. Okay, we have 10 juice, which is what we used last time. It was more than enough, but 13 is just a number I'm used to, so we're going to make 13 juice. There we go. You know what? On top of that, we also have 8 planks, which enables us to make the largest storage unit. So a little bit of extra points there too. We're going to re-equip the shadow so that our inventory stays intact. Chuck all the potions and secondaries in shared. Switch to our melee gear with the Elder Maul and Bellator ring on. Then deposit all. Go and grab the axe. And chop as you make your way over to the tinderbox. Again, every time you get a woodcutting EXP drop, you can move on over to the next sapling so that you make your way back closer to Ice Demon instead of being on the other side of the room. Once we get an inventory full here, we're going to deposit 28 kindling into the brazier. We're going to get another 28 here and put the stack of 28 in a different brazier. Couple more swings here. Currently at 18, 23. The amount of kindling you get does scale with your wood cutting level. So, second inventory, deposit that into a different brazier. And from this point on, we're going to chop as many as we can until the Ice Demon HP bar there goes to 35%, or 35%, I should say. 35 is just a good number I like to work with because it gives me ample time to get some extra points chopping, but also enough time to gear up for the fight. So we're going to go and drop the axe and the tinderbox, withdraw all from private. We're going to bank the pickaxe. We're not going to need that. We're going to bank the staminas. We're not going to need that. Likewise with the scythe. Go into shared, take out your overload, and prayer enhance. I'm going to send one elder moss back here. Unfortunately, we miss, and we're going to not elder moss, we're going to ember light it now. I'm not sure what the meta is here. I just know that the ember light is good now, but I don't know if I should be sending an ember light spec or not, or anything like that. Also, I'm kind of just freestyling this, doing my best not to miss ticks while avoiding damage. I'm probably not doing this the best way possible, but you can see the ember light absolutely shreds it now, since Ice Demon is now actually weak to Demon Bane. We're going to slap on the Light Bear as well as our range gear, so our T-bow. And conveniently enough, this Shaman is easily safe spottable, so we're going to go and do that. Overload and Enhance ran out. So we're going to resip those. We have our Light Bearer on because the Bellator's not going to do anything for us right now. Anyways, we're ranging. And we're trying to get enough spec back so that we can ZCB the next Shaman. Down goes the first Shaman. ZCB. There we go. We're going to try and lure this one into the safe spot for a couple of hits here. If it doesn't jump, then it's fine. Just stay along the walls and dodge the poison as best as you can. What I like to do is walk one tile, then run another in between my hits. Down goes the second Shaman. We're going to pick up the Buchu leaves, or Buchu seeds. We're going to switch into our melee gear here. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter what you switch into. But we're going to go ahead and plant the seeds. It doesn't matter because the next room is Vanguards. Drop the Dibbler, the Seeds, and the Rake. We don't need those anymore. Chuck the Enhance and Overload and the Spade and Share temporarily. And we're going to do a little bit of reorganizing here. I'm going to take out the Scythe and equip it, so that we can get rid of the Emberlight, the Maul, the Defender, which we won't need. And then we can go ahead and deposit all. Take out the Spade, your 13 juice, and your 8 mushrooms. Pick lots from the gourd tree, drop 4, and then fill the rest. The reason you drop 4 is because now you have precisely 21 water-filled vials. This setup is going to perfectly fit your inventory. So now that the vials are filled, deposit 10 to make room for Buchu leaves. For this first batch here, we're just going to grab the 8 Buchu leaves we need for our restores. That's why we have 8 mushrooms. As soon as we have 8, we're going to make our restores. Tell me how I had the stream muted for a while just thinking you were being quiet. No, I've been yapping. Okay, so there's the 8 restores. We got 3 vials in our inventory, and the 10 we deposited earlier, we withdraw those. Now we have 13 vials and 13 juice and 13 inventory spaces for Buchu. So this works out perfectly. This way you don't even have to count or look at your inventory. Just make sure it gets to full, and then you can be on your way. Inventory full, 13 Buchu leaves. We're going to go ahead and clean those as we're moving to the next room. Keep moving and make our brews as well. A little bit of a time save here. We're by the chest now. Let's just go ahead and finish these brews. Go ahead and chuck the spade and the brews in shared. Go to private, withdraw all. Deposit what you don't need. In my case, it's the thrall book and the rune pouch. Although you probably would want to have that out for DPS. We don't need the Vernic, the Maul, or the Emberlight, or any of the Staminas or the pickaxe. Okay, overload, enhance. I like to bring 1 restore and 2 brews. If you're still not if you're out of pots at this point, I mean the overload and enhance, go ahead and resip those. Other than that, go ahead and run through vanguards. Actually be in your range gear with the ZCB out on long range. And spec the major as you see. So right here is the reason why you should have it on long range, because you'll get dragged out like that otherwise. Basically at vanguards, just be careful not to reset them. Be mindful of its HPs. So right here, we're focusing the major, maybe 1 more big hit. Then we're going to swip to our shadow, which you also want it to be on long range, which we don't have. Make it switch. We're going to hit the melee now. Make sure we don't get meleeed. Right here, a little bit of an unfortunate situation. We had to get out of dodge there to make sure we didn't die. But anyways, next rotation. Enhance right now. We're going to sip that. Scything the ranger. Got it low. Now we switch step under. This is the only one that you can step under, the ranger. So right now we're just being careful not to reset them. Go ahead and hit the other ones if you need to balance out their HPs. Burning claws on ice teams? Yeah, that would probably be pretty good. Okay, now we just have to work on the ranger to get this one low. Step under it, switch to your range gear to hit the major. We should be able to just finish out the vanguards, not worrying about their HP now. 1 more hit on the major. With the ranger, you can scythe once and step under to avoid taking too much damage. And only step out when you can swing your scythe. Just got the melee left to go. Now, based on where the vanguard spawned, I'm standing right next to this melee vanguard, and it's not meleeing me just because it's evidently blind. Down it goes. Make sure you have your light bearer on. Pick up an overload and enhance, and you can drop your old one if you want. These days, you get an overload and enhance from almost everything in solo CM, so you can actually just recycle them and cycle through new ones as you wish. Thieving room, the hardest room in the game. Basically, all we have to do right now is pick up grubs from these chests. And I think the optimal amount you want, if you want to be speedy here, is to get yourself 9 or so of these grubs and then start depositing them. And then opening 3 to 4 and depositing. Rinse and repeat until you have 30. You could also just pick 30 all in one go and then chuck it into the feeding trough. But that's going to be a longer wait time. So just a little detail there. So as we have that going, we're actually going to deposit all our pots into shared. And then switch into our range gear with the ZCB equipped, because we're going to be opening up Vespula with a ZCB spec. Double check that your ZCB is on long range. It's going to be needed to be on long range for that. And double check that your quick prayers are correct with redemption and rigor or augury, depending on whether you're T-bowing, bowfing, or shadowing Vespula. So now that we have all the grubs deposited, we're going to take out all our specialty items except the Elder Maul and Emberlight, which we will no longer need until Ohm, that is. We're going to go ahead and rock with 2 restores and 1 brew this time around. Go ahead and run through to Vespula. You can sip a stamina pot here, or you can choose to hit the pool. Hitting the pool takes a little bit longer, but personal preference here, really. So, get ready to the ZCB spec. There we go. And just do the redemption method here at Vespula. Make sure your HP is above 8 at all times because Vespula's max hit is an 8. If you're 8 or below, it could just KO you. Also, if you don't stamina dose before Vespula, you could run the risk of having to walk a few tiles after you do Vespula. There is another stamina pool, but again, if you don't want to be walking at any point at all during the raid, probably just sip the stamina. Depending on the pacing of your raid, you could have also had to re-overload and enhance before you got the Vespula, so keep that in mind. Once Vespula is down, we're not going to be doing any fancy tightrope skipping, so make sure to just brew up all the way as much as you can. And along the way, as you're moving, switch to your range gear. We're going to be working on the majors first. For tightrope, I like to have at least 3 brews and 1 restore. We're going to go ahead and re-overload here as ours just ran out after Vespula. Summon a thrall as well. Turn off your run energy here, actually, as you flinch. Well, I don't know if you call this flinching, but basically you're trading a 1-to-1 hits with the major by stepping back out of its attack range and only stepping in when you can attack. Alright, the majors are dead, and same concept applies to the rangers. 1-to-1 them by stepping back out of their range. But when you tank the hit, make sure to switch into some tank armor, some range defense armor, because these things do hit like a truck. So for our case right now, we are switching to our oath plate. You can also tick eat these ranger hits as well. One more hit here, and down it goes. We're going to go ahead and cross the tightrope now for the crystal. So moving on to the next room, make sure you equip your melee gear as well as your pickaxe and a vernic or your defender, whatever the defender you have. That creates 1 extra room in your inventory. Go ahead and sip the stamina and bank that stamina. And then fill your inventory up with 2 restores and the rest brews. And keep everything else you already had on you. If your stamina is still a little bit low, go ahead and touch the pool. If not, go towards Guardians. And make sure you have your melee ring here on as well, whether that's the Altor or the Bellator or whatever. Also, safe up just enough so that if you mess up at Guardians, you don't get one shot, because the worst thing you can do is lose all your points. Even as something as silly as Guardians. There's not too much to explain at Guardians other than the current method I am doing does save you a little bit of stamina. This was probably more crucial before the stamina rework, but these days you're not really running into stamina issues. Well, all I'm doing is I'm walking 1 tile before I'm attacking. Just saves a little bit of stamina rather than running out and running in constantly. During Guardians, keep an eye out on your overload and enhance timer, especially the overload. You may have to re-overload before you enter Vasa. Now, we're not going to be doing the teleport skip at Vasa, in which case you shouldn't really be concerned about your overload timer there. But since we're not doing it, we're going to be eating a bit of damage here. So that's why it doesn't really matter what HP you're at. If we're, say, sub 30, or even sub 1 minute on our overload timer here, by the time we're done with Guardians, I'm going to go ahead and re-overload. We're going to get knocked down to 13 HP, but again, it doesn't matter because the Vasa teleport's not going to one-shot you or anything. But it will put you at low HP regardless. So right now, as we're finishing up Guardians, I'm going to sip this overload and drop it to make room so that I can equip a two-hand weapon, in which case it's going to be the Scythe. And then we're going to switch into our range gear with the ZCB now on rapid because we're going to be standing right next to Vasa. Don't need the extra range. When you get teleported, play it safe. Just sip a brew, maybe even two. Summon your Thrall. Get ready to spec. Pray range and rigor. And use your range weapon. And then now we got to switch on to the Vasa Crystal, which we're going to be meleeing with a Scythe. Now the Scythe on the Vasa Crystal has always been at least decent, but now with the Oath Plate, it's even better than it was before. Crystal is down, so let's switch back into our range gear. Also, our Enhance expired, so make sure to resip those. Let's see if we can get it down before the second crystal. Unfortunately not, it's 5 HP. I also missed a couple of hits there being... It's a little bit more complicated when you're using a 5-tick weapon versus a 4-tick weapon. And I was too busy yapping there and not paying attention to what I should have been doing. Anyways, one more hit there. Down it goes. Light Bearer on to regen spec. We're going to heal up here. Also sip the Enhance and drop it to make room. Also maybe even equip your Pickaxe and Defender to make room. And then keep moving on to the next room, which is going to be Mystics. We're going to be brewing as we go to heal up fully. Hit the stamina pool if you need to. We drank a whole brew, so now we have room to equip a two-hand weapon again. And we're going to switch into our mage gear. When you don't have a salve, the Shadow and Max Mage is better than T-Bow. For Mystics, just make sure to try and get them to melee you, but then you corner safe spot them. Otherwise, the constant mage hits are going to absolutely destroy you. Also, whenever you do need a sip of brew, try to eat based on your overload timer to keep your stats up. Eat your brew every time. It's in an increment of 15 seconds. So 2:15, 2 minutes, 1:45. So right here, 2:15, sip a brew. We're going to run through here to try and get these guys safe spotted and not maging us. Alright, that was relatively easy. Sometimes they just cooperate like that. I'm going to go ahead and resummon the Thrall because it was slowly making its way over and it was out of range. Unfortunately, our Shadow here isn't doing crazy damage. But I promise you, when you don't have a salve, this is the best method. One more Mystic to go. So we're going to play it extra safe here because last time we did this raid, we were pretty lackadaisical, messed up a few times. So I don't want to die this time around. So I'm going to go ahead and resip an overload, even though there was more than a minute left. Because we're about to head into Muttadal room. And it's going to expire midway through. We don't want that. So here, equip your tank gear. Pick up the axe and chop the tree. There are different ways to do Muttadals. You're going to want to pray range and augury here. Every time you get a woodcutting EXP drop, you can attack the Muttadal and also sip a brew. Definitely prioritize your HP here more than anything else because the Muttadal room simply just hits like a truck. So when I said there were multiple methods of doing this room, you can also ZGS and freeze the Mudadals before it gets to the tree. But that's more of a speedrun tech in my opinion, because if you miss, it's just going to end up being pretty tragic. This is like the safer, consistent method, albeit slower. We're going to play it safe here and not risk healing and resetting the Mudadal's health. If it falls below 50 while the tree is still up, it's going to run and chomp on the tree. The tree is down. We're going to be maging stepping under so that we're 1-to-1ing the attacks with the baby doll. And we're also flicking into some tank here to reduce damage taken. All in the meanwhile, try to eat on your 15 still. Baby doll done. We're going to switch into range gear. ZCB spec to start with. Again, make sure throughout this process you have your light bearer on so you're regenning spec as fast as possible. Right here, if you're even kind of low, don't risk it, just brew up. It would be useful to know the tick-eat timing here in case it gets to that. But general rule of thumb, just safe up as best as you can. Couple more hits here and the big Mudadal should go down. I've been bamboozled. That was actually the last mage attack. If you didn't know, if Mudadal sends a mage attack, she will mage attack at least 2 more times. I kind of lost track there. That could have been bad. Anyways, Mamadal down. We're going to go ahead and brew up to full here. Start switching into our melee gear as well. Keep the light bearer on so that you keep regenning spec. Make sure to restore your stamina as well. And when we get just outside Ulm, we're going to go ahead and drop a brew and restore in the ground. We're going to need those in a second. Go ahead and bank all your pots. Go into private, bank what you don't need, that being your pickaxe, defender, axe, ZCB. Take out a stamina, sip it, then take out the full stamina. Make sure you have your Elder Maul as well. And then overload, enhance. What I like to work with is 2 restores and 5 brews. Now you're ready. Go ahead and re-overload and enhance, and then plot back up to full stats. Then pick up those 2 pots you dropped earlier. And now you have all the supplies you need. Start off by Elder Maul specking once. I missed here, so I'm just going to run the head and spec again. Hopefully it lands. It does. Now we're going to do the Mage Hand with the light bearer on so that we regen spec for P2. Make sure to summon a Mage Thrall as well. That's pretty important. Unfortunately, we get the bad side here, meaning we're going to take damage while Mage running on 2 phases. We're going to take damage on P1 and P3. This is the 8-to-1 side. The other side is a 12-to-0 side where we don't take any damage at all. So right here, we're going to long range. 1 attack. 2 attacks. And then right here on this attack, we're going to tank a hit as well. So we're going to pray range here. Luckily, we tank a humble 2 mage hit. Mage Hand goes down. We'll switch to our melee gear here. Melee Thrall as well. And we're going to be 3-to-1ing with the Scythe. This is not the most optimal method, but the technique here is similar to 4-to-1ing if you were using a lance or a whip or any 4-tick weapon, really. So it's just easy to transition over from that to this. But again, it's not the most efficient thing you can do because technically in one part of this scythe cycle, you 6-tick it. So in reality, you're kind of 5.3 ticking your scythe. But that's just some nerd stuff that you don't really need to concern yourself about, really, unless you're trying to speedrun and stuff. Also, in doing this, obviously we skip the flame wall easily without having to pay too much attention. In between phases, you can go ahead and slap on a light bear to regen as much spec as possible. In fact, if you're using the Bellator, it doesn't affect your accuracy at all, so you can also just spec in your light bear, unless, you know, you're really that adamant about the melee strength. But the most important thing whenever you're Elder Maul specking is just whether it hits or not, right? Not the number that it actually hits. Unfortunately, we missed there, but we're going to have spec back by the time we finish the mage hand to send another spec. Also, the stamina, just go ahead and sip a stamina at the start of each phase. Again, make sure you have the mage thrall going. Pretty crucial for this method. Our shadow is absolutely noodling right now, not doing much damage. It's important to know your max hits, or roughly at the very least. So for example, my mage setup max hit is a 69. This is going to be important for P3 of Ohm, when you don't want to get one hand down before the other. So actually mess up here, but don't panic. Just get back in the cycle when you can. And make sure your health is above 43 at all times. I messed up again, but I caught it. Didn't take any damage. Mage hand should be going down here. Let's go ahead and switch into our melee gear. We are going to Elder Maul spec, because like I said, we actually missed the first one. Luckily, the second one lands. And you know what? In the event that you're very unlucky and you don't hit a single hammer, just go ahead and camp the Bellator ring and do the hand as normal. The Bellator, and especially Oath Plate nowadays, will carry you through. Okay, we forgot to summon a melee thrall, so let's go ahead and do that. Enhance ran out, so let's get that going again. And our overload's about to expire in a couple of seconds here. We're also going to sip a brew, even though we're not on the 15s, because we would have been chanced. You can see right now we're actually 16 health, and we just tick 8, another potential chance. Portals come out, unfortunate. But we're going to try and avoid damage by constantly keeping the head turning and try to get back in the cycle now. Poison Trail comes out just as the phase ends, so we'll just walk it out. Again, slapped on the Light Bear so that we'll have at least one spec for the start of P3. Here we go, P3. Our Maul misses again. Very unfortunate. But we'll continue to camp the Light Bear as we work on the Mage Hand. Stamina pot, and make sure you have the Mage Thrall going. Once you get more comfortable with running the hand, you can also choose to flick into some tank armor whenever you know you're about to get hit. So for example, right now I'm praying mage and I'm going to switch into my oath plate in case it ranges. Kind of a best of both worlds situation. Or making the best of it rather. That way you either get the overhead correct or you negate some of the damage by having better defense. So right here, the mage hand is below 69 health, so we're not going to risk it and try to potentially reset the hand. We're going to avoid that. So we're going to work on the melee hand now. Let's try to get into cycle here. So again, we missed the hammer spec, and Since it's still relatively healthy, we're going to send the mall spec now that our spec came back up. Again, if you're kind of messing up, the important priority is to keep the head turning so that you reduce the amount of damage you take as best as you can. We're going to want to keep our health above 43 because that is the absolute max hit that it will do in a solo scale CM. Okay, so it autoed us twice there, so we're going to go ahead and 1-to-1 it with the scythe real quick. So one scythe swing, we're going to tank a hit. And we messed up. Luckily here, I think we're actually going to get teleported out before... Never mind. Alright, that was really bad. That was really bad. Alright, but don't panic. Keep turning the head. Me trying to talk and raid at the same time is like a negative stat. Melee hand's about to go down here anyways. There we go. Let's go ahead and turn our focus onto the mage hand. It's currently 47 HP. Down it goes. Summon a range thrall. And we're going to be 4-to-1ing the head phase here. We might transition over to a 2-to-0 because our brew situation is very bad. Although Olm is being kind of humble right now. Falling crystals, not to worry though. We'll continue moving. Keep an eye out on your prayer and your run energy as well. Wow, our overload actually ran out, so that was a very slow Ohm. But at least we didn't plank that time around. We got ourselves 3.1k silver ore and 1.7k death runes. Okay. Dude, talking through a raid is kind of difficult, bro. Alright, I kind of want to do something else right now. You know what? We didn't even get anything good out of those raids. I mean, I guess the death runes are nice, but the previous raid, what did we get? 10 toad flax seeds? I'm not exactly hurting for toad flax right now. Who is on? What to do, what to do? I'm thinking some TOA, honestly. You know what? Let's send some TOA because I haven't done TOA since the changes. Hopefully it doesn't go too poorly. I have done a little bit of TOA before the changes, but like I haven't really been doing a whole lot of TOA, so it could be pretty rough. I don't know. Let's see. There might be some clanmates that might be doing some TOA right now too. So maybe we don't have to solo. I don't know. So right now we're not really locked into a specific grind on this account because we are 6 days removed until a clan bingo, and I don't really want to start a specific grind before then. I don't know. I think it's just a YouTube series brain going on there. So right now we're just kind of running around doing random things. I spent the bulk of the day honestly just making prayer potions before I went live. I think we just send one. What are our presets like even? Apparently we lasted a 435. With dehydration on. Yeah, sure. Do I even have a saved inventory setup? Let's see. TOA. Is this gonna work for us? Got our Fang. Oh, we're light bear. You know, apparently people don't use a light bear anymore here or something. I don't know. Actually, apparently people don't use a light bear in solo CMs anymore either, so I might be a little bit out of date on like metas and stuff. I am not sure. But we're just gonna go ahead and do what we've like always done, sort of. Alrighty. If I can actually remember what I've always done. What's gonna be in our chug jug here? Configure. I think it's this one. Yeah, let's just go ahead and send it and see what happens. I don't know. Alrighty. Let's see what happens here. Alright, we're gonna equip our Missouri. Alright, we are sending a 435 in which we haven't done TOA, especially a solo TOA, in a very long time, and there's been a lot of changes here. So let's just see what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and drop these 3 prayer potions to make room. Go ahead and pick up a hammer, as well as these potions. We need to pour this potion on the vent, and these shamans aren't one-shot anymore. Or have they never been? I don't know. I truly don't remember. Okay. Pillars. Watch out for that exploding one. I just know that they continue to make TOA easier and easier, and this room easier and easier, specifically, for whatever reason. I never had an issue with this room to begin with, like even back on release. Oh, we accidentally stepped into a poison pile. Not to worry, we do have the yellow Karis, in which I hope I actually brought, which I did. I can see in my inventory. And instead of yellow Karasing, actually, if we can get rid of these shamans quickly here, we can go ahead and yellow Karis auto attack and not spec these thralls down. Or I can hit a bunch of zeros on them. Interesting. Alright, there we go. Oh, one more. Oh, 2 more. They were stacked on top of each other. And that's the room completed. Kind of messed up our switches there a little bit here, but that's okay. Let's go and equip our melee gear, pick up our potions again. Now onto the actual boss. We're gonna drop a prayer potion here to make room, and we're gonna send a BGS spec. We didn't even have piety on, but we still hit a 17, which is not bad. If I remember correctly, the max you can drain Baba or any of the bosses by is 20 defense. Except Warden, you can do more there. It would help if we had our Avernic equipped as well. So apparently you take 0 chip damage here now at Baba, so it is what it is, I guess. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and ignore those monkeys and just go for the boulder procs. We seem to be taking 0 damage here, so I think it's fine. Couple more hits here. There we go. You can pray range to protect from them, though. I believe we do have Boulder Dash on. No big deal, though. You know what? Considering we're taking 0 chip damage, I'm going to go ahead and send the CCB spec. In the past, I recall having to be more careful and potentially holding on the spec for a yellow Karis from all the chip damage, but we've straight up taken 0 damage from this room so far, other than to ourselves with the ZCB spec. Oh, we're dead. I didn't realize I got it to 33%. Now, I do have hardcore on, so that's a rip. Wow. Okay. That was interesting. You know what? I didn't realize the HP because I sent the ZCB spec. So, like, the pace of the room was going faster than I expected. But I actually took 0 damage from that Baba. Like, what? What? Let's go ahead and start again. Let's try to get through an actual raid more than just one room. But that definitely felt like a joke. I just have to remember to pay attention to the HP thresholds. Alright, here we are. TOA for the first time in ages. Definitely didn't just do one where I died to mine the gap. That definitely didn't happen. That is smite and not protect mage. Hit the vents. That's weird. Do I have to switch to Dragon Darts? Hit the vents one final time. This should be the end of it as soon as I get rid of this cursed baboon. Okay. Equip our melee gear. Pick our 3 prayer potions we dropped earlier. Back up. Off to Baba we go, and let's pay attention to the HP thresholds this time. Drop a potion to make room to equip our BGS. Have Piety on this time. And ironically enough, last time we didn't have Piety on. And we hit a 17. This time with Piety on, we missed not one, but 2 BGS specs. So this game is a scam confirmed. And now we're having to do a 435 Baba with no defensive reductions. He's throwing the rock at us, so let's go ahead and run to the safe tiles. So apparently you can fully protect yourself now with the sarcophaguses. Sarcophagi? I don't know. Oh, we slipped on a banana peel. That's not great. We do have Boulder Dash on. So we're trying to drag it to the bottom of room here just so that when we do phase it into the next Boulder Dash that we're not going to get sent all the way down and have it be like a 5-second animation. So with these things like protecting you from 100% of the damage, I guess standing next to these rubbles is completely irrelevant now. Which is honestly kind of dumb. So here, typically at 50 health remaining, and still another 31% to go, I'd be very skeptical here about using my spec for anything other than the yellow Karis. But we're going to be taking 0 damage because Baba now does no damage to you whatsoever. However, the baboons are out, so we might have to be aware of that. Although our Torva is just tanking the range hits like no big deal. You know, for some reason, I went into my inventory looking for some Dragon Claw specs, but we don't bring those in here. Alright. That's Baba completed. Now we're going to make our way over to Kefri. If we remember how to do Kefri. So when it comes to chambers, all we're after there is the 2k CM cape and the pet. Here, currently at TOA, we do need a second set of unfortified Missouri for the 50 defense count. I mean, I guess back at chambers, we do need, like, claws and stuff, like a second set of claws and whatnot, but a lot of the chamber stuff is actually irrelevant for the 50 defense count. Prayer scrolls are irrelevant, except the Torn Prayer Scroll. Ancestrals are irrelevant. A Dinny B is irrelevant. Twisted Buckler is irrelevant. I can't speak. Irrelevant. Although a second Kodai and second Maul, I guess, is good. But full unfortified Missouri is more important than anything else that Chambers could provide for a 50 defense account right now. Oh, and I mean, we could use a second Tebow, but asking for a Mega Rare is, yeah. Alright, let's see if we remember how to do Kefri. That's right, your specs never hit here, that's right. Should I send another one? Flies come out. Alright, now I do believe I set the diagonal down. Also, with dehydration on, should I be flicking this entire raid? I probably should have just ran a 400 instead of a 435 on my first raid back. He'll be fine, right? Okay, I think I get rid of the ranger here, and then I protect melee and hit the swarms, I think? It's like I'm almost relearning the raid. Like, I don't remember what I used to do. I think this is what I do. Okay, yeah, deal with the swarms as best as I can, but it's pretty much impossible to fully keep the swarms out in a solo. Now I get rid of this guy. Oh, and then I run over here. Yep, okay. I almost messed up, but I caught it in time. So now we have the corner trap on the ranger. Now we're going to make our way over to the other side. I think it's coming back to me now. And I think I used to stall so that I could get another dung line, but I guess it's not that big of a deal. So instead of stalling, we're just going to go ahead and phase it as soon as we can. The melee is going to be very inaccurate anyways, I recall. So apparently now the major doesn't TP based on damage thresholds and rather the number of attacks. So 3 and it TPs there. So right here, if we run down here, we should have the the Rangers safe spotted, I think. Yeah. Get rid of that. Now we just ignore the Ranger, really. I think we're gonna go ahead and Yellow Curse. You summon a Throng. Do I go power here, or what do I do? I don't remember. If anybody could let me know what I'm supposed to be doing here, that'd be great. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I definitely didn't want to do that. That was not ideal. Oh, and I think the ranger can see... Okay, I didn't set up the ranger trap correctly. Okay, that could have been bad. It's still ranging me. Alright, this is going kind of poorly, I'm not going to lie. But we're almost out of here. I'm just gonna... I mean, I don't think I need a Karis again, but if it comes down to it, I'm keeping an eye out on this. You know what, in fact, we're just gonna dump our Fang specs here, finish it. There we go. Yeah, you know, I kind of figured. I had a suspicion I didn't set up the safe spot correctly. I needed to run all the way to the corner. I forgot about that. Okay, so now that we are done with those 2 rooms, I think we pick power here. And we're going to deposit this super combat away. And off to Akka we go. Surely I have a dragon pickaxe in here, right? I do. Okay. Apparently they made 1-downs like easy to do now. Like they're almost guaranteed if you have the mining level or something. I don't know. I'll have a 35-minute timer on this. Interesting. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, puzzle room completed. Withdraw 1 for the salt. Make sure to put the pickaxe back in place. We're gonna equip our mage gear here now. Salt up. Go in. Mage thrall as well. Let's see if we remember how to butterfly. So far, so good. Very strange that it only has 1 overhead on right now. Very strange. Alright, Shadow is absolutely noodling. There's a chance I pick life anyways, despite not being able to use brews and stuff, because I may need the prayer. It's a 5? I didn't even think about that. I only looked at the last second. I did not consider that at all. But yeah, you know what? In hindsight, doing a 435 with dehydration on after not doing a solo TOA in... I'm not even kidding, it could be a year, if not more. The last time I did any TOA was in teams, and it was like scuffed like 7-mans with the clan. And even that was months ago. Oh yeah, solo 435, probably not the best idea. Also, our prayer situation really does not look good. Like, I think we're gonna have to use, or like get life, surely, right? Also, this was just incredibly unfortunate. I didn't even mess up there. It just randomly switched. White, red. Back and forth. I wonder what's better DPS in this situation, actually. The blowpipe or the fang? Like, this is something you wouldn't even consider in the past. Because it wasn't like this. Oh, I think I have like that debuff right now. It's making me attack slower. There we go. Perhaps I should consider kerosene just to save up. Safe up. Not confident here, so I'm going to turn on Prey Melee. Alright, looks like we're good. Black, yellow, white. Oh, no wonder we were doing no damage. I didn't have my ancestral top on. I'm trolling. Oh, now we don't have our Avernic on. I know how to play the game, I swear. Hello, can I do some damage, please? Maybe the Fang is better. Hello? Hello. I just hit like 6 straight zeros. Dude, are you serious? I feel like this is happening so frequently. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot what the 5th one was there. Alright, for this next phase, apparently it's just incredibly easy now. Wow, this is ass. Wait, how many hits am I getting? Did you always get 4 hits in solos? Dude, this is a joke. This is actually a joke. Bro, what? Alright, on to the back. Still remember how to do this. Nice and simple. Alright, range gear. I think Shadow's better. Maybe. I don't know about this infant level, but I mean, we're just gonna T-bow it, whatever. I'm gonna send a BGS though. Whoop! And then we'll ZCB when we can. I don't know what I'm gonna be picking yet, so I'm gonna turn on Preserve now. Because I don't know if I'm gonna be using the second Salt. Dude, we spec the 73 BGS, no way. Oh, level 1's a back, bro? Easy. Alright. This was a little concerning, because I know the timing is a little janky, like you're not used to it, but there we go. Let's go ahead and rip the ZCB. Okay. in rage phase right now. Can I flick the blood barrage at level 1? I don't remember. I might not even just risk it. I don't think I can. Yeah, that timing did not seem to line up. Okay, we might die at Warden, I'm not gonna lie, because I don't really remember anything. Tebow, stop noodling, please. Thank you. Alright. Helpful spirit. Oh, you know what? We got 2 salts. Derp. Okay, we're probably gonna want to go life here for the sole purpose of the restores. Restore, adrenaline, scarab, and salt, I guess. How are we doing on time? We have a 30-minute timer. 35-minute, I should say. I think we're fine. Alright, do I adren here? I don't remember anything. How many orbs do I tank? I don't know. I think I adren here. Let's go ahead and adren. I think we tanked 5 orbs there. I think 4 is good. Wait, should we have ZCB twice if we don't have Bruce? Wait. Wait a second. It'll be fine. Okay, I think it does 75 damage, the two sets of things, so if we're 76, it should be fine. We're not gonna risk it, though. There we go. This is incredibly sketch, just going based off of memory here instead of knowing for sure. Dude, no way we get DPS checked here twice, right? Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay, rain, no, mage? Mage. That's melee, I think? No, it was range, Bruh. 6 hits, I think? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Meteor's what? We're gonna carry us here to safe up. I think we T-bow this and not blowpipe. Eight hits, I think. 1, 2. We messed up there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I don't think the timing is that tight, so I think me messing up on 1 hit was not a big deal there. Especially since we didn't miss the hit, we just did 2 less damage. Do I have to flick at all, or can I just blast my prayer? I don't know. Ten hits now. Seven, 8, 9. Oh, we didn't even get to 10th hit. Okay. Cool, cool. Should I have a Dren there? I don't know. I think maybe we play it safe and we don't Adren. We'll save it for Enrage phase. Because, you know, we're rusty. So we'll have 2k respects. That's probably what we're gonna do. Oh god, the skip timing? Okay. Yep. Here we just spam click. Next one we're gonna have to protect from one attack and spam click. Okay, we can't mess up here. There we go. Perfect. Then next one we have to dodge one boulder, I believe. Yeah, I think typically we would Adren and just be spamming ZCB specs, but we're playing it safe. Okay, there's the one boulder. And go. Prayer still seems good, plus we have the Blessed Scarabs in our inventory. I wonder, are those TOA points unique chances updated? Or are those outdated? Let's just go ahead and use one of the Scarabs right now, because why not? Alright, we're gonna have to dodge 2 boulders. I don't think that one counts. But just to be safe. Yeah, that didn't count. Yeah, okay, cool, 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 cool. Now that's not cool. go ahead and Adren now. And since we're 100% spec, we'll use it early. Enrage phase. That could have been bad. It was mostly going well there until I walked into that boulder, but saved it. We didn't panic and we saved it. All right. We didn't wipe out Warden. Let's go. 6.89% chance. I think that's updated. I swear it used to be a better rate than that. No purple. First TOA back and no purple. What do we get though? Oh, that's weird. A scroll box. 12 Renar seeds. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Alrighty. You know what? That went pretty well considering, you know, that was our first raid back. We didn't die. Let's go. Does he have a yellow gem yet? I don't remember. Okay, little break in the action here, and then we might send more. I don't know. Solo TOA is so, I mean, it's not as bad once we get used to it again, but it's also just not my favorite raid, to be honest. Alrighty. I guess he's still AFK, bro. Do I want to do more solo TOA though? Oh, there he goes. I think he just AFK logged, man. So we got 12 Renars out of that after the changes. That's not bad. The purple chance was lower though. Because we got under 8% there, maybe even under 7%. I'm not sure. I think that's similar to like a Chambers, a CM. All right, to send another CM or to not send another, or not CM, a TOA. Hmm. What to do, what to do. Well, let me do a birdhouse run real quick on the other account. We're kind of taking a break from this right now, but I will log in to do an occasional birdhouse run, no big deal. Magic. Oh, just need 4 of those, not an inventory full. Real quick. Man, this grind for a second Missouri set is gonna be rough. I don't think I have it in me to grind TOA again like that. I just don't know. Oh, he's back. Look, there's so many people standing in a TOA lobby because nobody actually wants to go in. Also, there's like 2 people here in Oath Play. I'm kind of surprised about that. I just came out of a solo 435. Was not the best idea considering. Yes, I could do some lower. I mean, what's her TOA KC? Can't even find it. Oh, there it is. No, that's just the time. About 536. So we are but very far away from the 2K cape. I wonder what TOA level we're going to be doing. 325. I don't think he has a yellow Karis right now. Well, let's go ahead and log out of the other account. Okay, now he bumped it to a 365. What does he have on? Soft core because he's a UIM, so sure, whatever. Walk for need some help. Block the pat. Yeah, that's normal. That's normal. Seems fine. No boulder dash. What the? All right. All right. Let's re-gear up here. R. All right, here we go. We're now sending a duo with a new IM, no less. Said hello. Let me in. Let me in. That's not my shadow. Oh. Oh my god, I got it in time. Holy. It didn't help he insta-started the room and I wasn't ready. um, yeah, he's not reading, is he? He didn't move. He didn't move. You know what? We're just gonna go and Karis now. Let's pick up our prayer potions. No, we don't have spec. Now we do. 100% protection. What a joke. Oh yeah, I could have made that because Boulder Dash isn't on. And down it goes. Oh, it's too easy. Average. I don't think he has more overlords on. Ooh. I keep dragging stuff in my inventory. And down it goes. Helpful spirit. We're gonna go power here. And deposit this actually. I don't even have to do anything. Do you have to do one tutorial task to unlock Slayer? I have no idea, honestly. Is that a thing? I don't recall that being a thing. Level 2 Akka. Well, that's just annoying. This is weird, bro. Back and forward. And down it goes. This phase is a complete joke now. Did I get 2 salts? I probably did, right? Dude, did they like nerf? Wait, they changed this too. It was 350 and not 400. What a joke, dude. Like, why are there all these changes, bro? Honestly. What a joke. The range EXP drops are insane. Alright, now we go life, because why not? Alrighty. Oh my, I didn't have to Vernic on. For like 4 hits. Nobody panic. Everything's fine. That could have been bad, but it was fine. Oh, I wasn't sure if we were gonna... No way the ZCB missed, bro. That was a new PB. Actually, I can't say I'm surprised. I guess because of all the changes. Also, this was like a 400. Oh, and also team size too. I rarely do a. Dude, where's the purple? Lame. Oh, well then. Jewel of a Masket. Wow. Very, very cool. Actually, I didn't even see what else we got. I didn't even look at the loot. Jewel of the Masket. Times it. I guess we'll do more. Be right back. Alrighty. I wonder if there's anything else I should be bringing. Bing bong. I was legitimately trying to remember what was going on. Like, how do I do this raid? Like, while I was doing the 435. Oh my god, we're gonna get purples because I'm streaming and streamer loot is real, right? I did get the jewel in like literally the second KC back though, and what the jewels are supposed to be 1 in 50 or something like that. Is Viva coming? He's right there. Hey yo, what? Yeah, I feel like for this Missouri grind that I have to do, I don't know if I'm gonna be soloing, man. Like I did the one just now, and obviously it was the first one back, but like I was just like, this kind of sucks. I was just like, this kind of sucks, bro. At least if I raid with people, it'll be funny, I guess. Dude, I can't imagine doing TOA on a hardcore. That'd be so ass. Yeah, I would do the less efficient team raids for this for sure. Because the thing with chambers for me is I find solos more fun and they're more efficient. But TOA, it's like, yeah, it's not fun solo. Which I guess is it's probably, you know what, I always, I'm like, yeah, TOA sucks, but that is the one thing. Like TOA is actually more fun in a group somehow. So that solo 435 I did, I skull skipped, and I think I got like less than 7% chance at a purple. I think. Or less than 8? I don't remember. I'm sure I can look in the Boss KC screenshot. Yeah. 6.97% in a solo 435. Dude, that's like barely better than a solo CM. Although the biggest difference between a CM and a TOA expert, or just like the two raids in general, regardless, is that um the purple table on TOA isn't as ridiculous as the one in Chambers, where you have what is it, like 12 purples in Chambers or something? Yeah, except the difference for me is I can, like, if I'm like really up for it, I can like really just like buckle in and do like 10 cm straight. But I did the one TOA just now, and I'm like, do I want to do more? I don't know. And then like the only reason I'm still here actually after I did the one TOA is when I came out, like Kirk was here, and he was like, "Hey, you want to do it?" I'm like, yeah, sure, man, sure, why not? Like I'm already here. What party are we in? Tenders? Nobody's in tenders. Oh. So I noticed like some of you guys like start bringing Altor and Magus Ring now, but like, do I do that? Cause like I want to be ZCB spamming, don't I? I was thinking about that on the last trade. I was like, if I wear a Magus, I wouldn't have spec for my ZCB. Well, I'm just saying, the last two homeworlds selected by the clan have been based on where I've been. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. At first, it was 491 when we started doing the chunk accounts, and then we moved it to 495 because I'm always on 495. I'm just saying. And then I convinced all the boys to be on 495. Bro, bro, like, come on, like, out of all things I could take credit for, like, you think I would just all willy nilly take claim for Clan Homeworld without it actually being a fact? You think I would just lie about that, something like that? Yeah, I'm just gonna live air camp. Oh my god, are we gonna red Karis? No way. Dude, no way Kirk left the original party, making people think I'm the one running solo 365s. Who do you think I am, man? Listen, I don't know how to do the raid, and I still did a 435, okay? Is Viva even here? Oh, he is here. Well, I think he's like overestimating the poison damage. I legitimately don't even pot an ante at all. Oh, you're bringing a surge pot? Dude, that's a good idea, actually. I don't know where I'm going to bring that, though. Can we start the raid, please? Dude, the poison doesn't even matter in this raid, bro. Go! Enter the raid! We said R 6 minutes ago. Please. Start the raid. Thank you. Dude, that was legitimately a whole minute and a half off of my divine. Plot twist. Viva's gonna come in here and yoink everybody's potions and then leave. The one main account. But that was it, dude. 116? This raid is a joke. Why is he, why, dude, when was the last time I did a team raid? Why is he generalizing? Level 0 Baba. Wait, what? Oh. I guess someone wanted to red X, huh? Too bad we're not red Xing. My ZCB missed. %100% protection from that? Joke. I don't even go to the boulders, bro. I'm just... This is so stupid. Ah, shit. We're out here raiding and yeah, it's talking about compost buckets, bro. I almost forgot my prayer pot. It's like, no way, I filled up 2 compost bins or whatever he was talking about. You know, I'll let the guy with a bofa do this, it's fine. Oh, I see. Oh my god, we're so good at the game. My CCB missed. This thing sucks. Yes. Oh, that's not my blowpipe. Oh, I don't have room for it. Okay. Dude, I'm getting wrecked. What the? Are we just ignoring the melees? I guess we don't do the ranger trap anymore, huh? Crook is trolling? Okay, he just didn't move. Now I'm trapped. TOA is so good, man. I have so many prayer potions. 1 salt. Boo. Alright, 1 salt, so I'm gonna put that away. Oh! Oh, we're fine. Level 1, so it's gonna be a 4 memory. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't have been the one butterfly, because I have a ZCB! A 135 because of the red gears. I just did a completely unnecessary like 6-way switch, so I ended up doing like a 10-way switch. He's crazy. You know, this phase used to be fun because like, you know, like someone would like clench their butt cheeks and clutch up here, but now it's just a joke. Now it is just a joke. It's over. GG. Huge red Karis? No way. Wait. Wait, did you miss? Can you miss a red Karis? Bro, I could totally go double power in these team raids. Oh, wait, when did Viva die? What the? What? No way I got MVP. Probably because I'm the only one in here bringing the CCB. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna go double power because what could possibly go wrong? Dude, a second one missed? Are you serious? Who is hitting 46s? Okay, I just completely missed a hit. No one saw that. Nobody noticed. Oh. Dude, we failed perfect wardens. No way. It's over. Dude, my ZCB missed again. I wonder if I bring a surge pot, if I'll get an extra spec here at all. Dude, did they nerf the ZCB, man? Oh, I'm bad. Oh, I'm bad. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. No, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not. Did it count? It probably counted. I messed up so many times there. Boo. 21% chance and we don't get a purple? 9 Torstal seats. I should probably fit in a surge pod in here somewhere. I'm gonna be honest, I might not even bring the BGS. Like 3-4 people have a BGS. I don't think I even used mine, apart from like last hitting. Um apart from last hitting the orb, which I don't even think matters. $21% for a 5-man. I mean, it only took 27 overall. Yeah, 21% seems kind of low for what TOA used to be. It probably did get updated. I saw that drop in the clan Discord before the clan like game chat. Surely we see a purple. Where can I guess I can search pot in like any room really. Although in some rooms it won't make a difference. Like I won't get the spec back regardless. We've got purples to print. I don't know. Red Kerosene format or no? All right, down to a 4-man now. Oh, we boosted it up. Okay. What? You forgot the most essential. Well, actually, you can argue that the shadow's more essential. All right, who was it? I guess I'll use a surge here. Yeah, if it's a 26-minute raid, I should be able to Surge easily 4 times. It's just a matter of where. Oh. Oh, I gotta drop something. I don't know how to red X, boys. No, what? What? How did that even happen? Oh, I'm dead. Oh! Bro, I can't even redivine. I'm 5 HP. What is going on? $30 until I can surge again. It was going on my inventory, man. I don't remember taking this much damage before here. This is crazy. I feel like we had like actual strats here before, but now it just seems like, who cares? %5 chance so far. Let's try to remember a surge pod at some point here. Like right there. That should be fine. Red cares 4-man prob worth it just for this room? Potentially. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . What the heck? $93. 93 max hit. That's crazy. He's crazy. Well, this is such a joke. Dude, that was the most unfortunate damage we all just took right there. Why is it 700 in a 3-man? Like, makes no sense, man. I'm probably surge pop midway through this, but the question is, will it give me another ZCB spec? Because if it doesn't, then there's really no point. Depending on the timing. I think we will get another spec. What is this wave, bro? By the time we do get a spec, I don't think it's worth it. It might even be dead already. Yep. I forgot the adrenaline. It's over. Reset. Nice and easy. Does the surge pots go crazy here with the adrenaline combination? Okay, I didn't have my Missouri top on there because I dragged the crap out of everything. So I can't say I'm surprised I missed that one. Dude, another miss? Why am my click so bad right now? I can't switch. Woo! GL. Lame. 18.8% chance. What is this garbage loot, bro? Oh, what do you get? Oh, you got a thread. No, you got 2 cut gems. Coconut milk. Okay, man. Dude, where are the purples? Like, even considering the nerfed rates, we're getting, like, good percentages here. I wonder when my last purple was. You haven't seen a purple in, like, 400% chance. Let me look at my boss KCs here. Expert. I'm sure I've gotten a TOA purple. Oh. Yeah, I've got one actually pretty recently. I got a Fang. Oh yeah, I got a Fang when we did TOA before Yama came out. That was 7 experts ago for me. That's not too bad actually. Oh, and then the purple before that was the dupe shadow. uh, Surge potion. Where are the purples? Alright, surely a purple this red. Yeah, even with the nerfed rates, we should be printing. We're pretty much getting like one. We should be hitting a rate like every 5 raids. Yeah, 2 years later, they changed it. After everybody already printed a bunch of purples into the game. That Pepe AA got good account. Wow, just looked them up. Crazy. Might as well turn dehydration on, boys, because I haven't even sipped a single brew or anything. Oh, I didn't even grab it. Oh, hit the report button. Who am I reporting right now? I just triple clicked the spec bar. Okay. Oh. Are you? Brett. Wait. Oh, that was okay. I had no idea if that was gonna work or not. No, I'm dead. I'm not dead. Bro, what? Oh, I'm dead. Bro, I was not even worried for a second. Well, hello, stream. Stream. Boo. It missed again. One minute till surge pot. You have failed perfect Caffrey. GG. That's not my blowpipe. Crook's looking a little low over there. Oh, this is interesting. What? Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. It was on the dung. That's why. Suboptimal. Oh, snap. Dude, I need to make more ruby bolts. I only got 7. Dude, it's always the streamer that just gets carried by people. It's crazy. Level 2 Akka. $93 max hit. It's crazy. I'm feeling a purple on this raid. Surely it has to happen. I can't wait for someone to get a light bearer. Is that a 96 max hit? Jeez. So good. He's crazy. Oh, it almost swapped. Red, black, yellow, black, red. Incredible. You legitimately don't even have to dodge anymore, bro. Like, oh no, we got hit once there. Where am I going? Whew. I tried to wait a tick there, I'm not gonna lie, and I just didn't wait a tick. Like, I thought I did, but it wasn't. But I also didn't know if you were gonna be on the same page on that or not. But either way, I somehow tried to miss a tick, but didn't miss a tick. Dude, I'd party on this entire time. Oops. Couldn't miss a tick if I tried. Just that good. That's what they say. Built different. Chomp. What the? Oh, I'm all. Bro, what? Why would my character path like that? I tried to pull the jug diagonally and it just... Dude, what? I'm about to do something crazy. Never mind, I'm probably gonna die. Please. I'm 3 HP, please. Please. I'm 2 HP. Oh, we're good. Woo. Sheesh. Okay, adrenaline this time. It's over. Oh yeah, I forgot you can click on it kind of early there. Hello, team. $126 million hit points. No way. We're crazy. TY. Only 74 million to go. Wait, I think I forgot. No, did I Karist? I Karist, right? I probably Karist. I'm like 100% spec right now, which is weird. Dude, with the Surge, Spawn, and Dren, I just ZCB spec 3 times in a row. That is crazy DPS. Oh, I didn't heal at all from that. That was awkward. I'm dead. That was like the last tick. I have 2 bolts left. I should probably switch to the other bolts. The dragon ones. Dude, I'm trolling so hard, bro. I'm cooked, bro. I'm cooked. Dude, I can't wait to still get the purple, even though I'm the one that died twice. TY4 purple. Are we sure these numbers are accurate, man? Oh boy, gems and gold ore. How sure are we that these numbers are accurate? Yeah, let's see if I got anything worthwhile out of these TOAs today. I mean, like, Torstal seeds, but I can't remember the last time I planted Torstals, but I probably will have to. Oh, we did get Renars in my first one today. Or, yeah, my first one. TY4Rs. Alright, what should we do? What should we do? So I got something that was useful, I guess. Basanis. Let me do a birdhouse run on the other account real quick. Taking a bit of a break from like playing this account, but I'm still gonna log in on occasion to do a birdhouse run. But we're not gonna actively do anything for a little bit, and then I'm gonna find something to skill on, like probably like fishing, woodcutting, mining. I think mining first, actually. I want to get the prospector set, or even thieving with Varlamore. But I am a little bit tired of multi-logging, so probably not gonna do that for like a week or two. Mine 500 amethyst, another 500 before bingo. Easy. I don't know how much amethyst per hour you get actually, but it's just amethyst mining. You click rock, AFK, occasionally check. What? Yeah, yeah, fix that, bro. I got like a small amount of GP, like I got 7.7 mil. But I got 156k blood runes and 415k soul runes. But then again, you know, I've also been AFKing on my maxed account for the last 1,000 hours or so, so kind of checks out there, actually. Alright, we log out of that account because can't be bothered with it right now. Alright, we did like 2 solo CMs. Did like, I don't know, 4 or 5 TOAs there. What do I want to do? Oh, I brought Emberlight. I didn't try the claws yet though. I think I technically do have room for all of those things, but it's actually kind of, you know, do you think I should still maul Ice Demon? Or should I just not spec at all and then... Yeah, I might send another CM or two. Yeah, I don't think I need to spec it anymore. You know what? Let's do a quick small herb run. Just hit a couple of the patches, not a full one. Can't even be bothered with that. Let's go with like 6. Alright, first one we're gonna go to is the... Wrong way? Falador one. A measly 7. Alright, let's go to the Forest Coliseum one. Nice 10 herbs, that one. Okay, we're gonna hit the RD one. Definitely have to hit the Catherby one. Oh, we got 14 out of that one. Sheesh. Catherine. $17. No way we're printing Renars. Hosidius. Dude, our farming guild one is dead? What? Alright, yeah, let's go send a solo CM after this. Oh, and we're about to get 6 hour logged. Jeez. Let's go to the farming guild. Dead herbs, GG. Let's log out real quick. All right. I need to make more ruby bolts. Let's configure the jug. That is not how you spell an Emberlight. Alright, let's get to it. Time to send another solo CM. Tidy on. Melee thrall. First spec always guaranteed. That's a small hit though. Got the second maul. These are some atrocious hits to start off with. We got a ring on? We do. Alright, hopefully we hit big here. Decent. Could be better. That is terrible. I think big here. Okay, okay. Sweet. To the crab room. Gothic's D-hide boots. these crabs into position. And one final crab to smash. Get that fourth one on the other side of the room. Lock that one into position, and off we go. Alright, since we're not going to be Elder Mauling Ice Demon, I can go ahead and put the scythe where it should be. Got exactly the amount of mushroom we need. A little unlucky on the scouts right now. There we go. A whole lot. Built the chest. Dump the overload, enhance, and secondaries in there. And then bank all in private. Last second, I adjusted to equip the Emberlight there because I realized I don't need the scythe here either. But I definitely don't need the Elder Maul. Okay, I actually messed up there. It's fine. We missed some ticks while chopping kindling for Ice Demon. We should probably reset the raid, to be honest. So that was one inventory. We need another one. I had to move to a different spot. That one got chopped. Second inventory is lit. Getting some good chops here. Maybe one more. There we go. We can go ahead and drop the axe and tinderbox. We actually got a third full inventory. So a little bit of extra points there. Those were some big chops. Withdraw all, bank that, bank that, bank that. Alrighty. So I'm gonna thrall. Completely winging this, but this seems to work out. Absolutely demolish that. Okay, let's get into our range gear with the ZCB on long range. Let's see if we can get this shaman to a safe spot quickly. The answer is no, so screw that. Alright, down goes the first one. The other one's on the other side of the room. I made a mistake here. I forgot my pots. I don't know why, but just because of this one minor detail of bringing an Emberlight out, I just kind of like skip over some steps that I've done thousands of times. So unfortunately right now we're unpotted, but a couple more hits. And the shaman should go down. Still hitting pretty decent here. Okay, I spoke too soon. I just missed. But yeah, just changing one little detail to the raid and like I just forget steps and stuff. It's weird. Oh, let's go ahead and plant. Rearrange our inventory a little bit. Spade, 13 juice, 8 mushrooms. Take the gourds, drop 4 on the ground. Deposit 10 in shared. Let's pick 8 Buchus here. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Make our restores. Now we pick Buchu for a bruise. I banked my spade by accident. Alright. Got our Buchus. Finish that up before we gear up again. Check the spade and bruise and shared. Withdraw all. Make everything that we don't need. Overload enhance, 1 restore, 2 bruise. Gonna preemptively drop the overload enhance. We're gonna get new ones. Double checking my weapons are on long range. ZCB misses. Absolute tragedy. Focus down the ranger. You can actually step under this one, the safe spot from it. Take a little bit less damage. Keep our prayer up. Corner trap the vanguard, the melee vanguard. Gonna hit it one more time without prayer on because we don't want to risk resetting it. Lower our max hit. Let's go ahead and follow the range vanguard. Alright. We are kind of chancing it here because the sides can hit very big, but it's very unlikely to. Our T-bow is absolutely noodling. It's not great at all. T-bow is doing negative damage. It might actually be healing the vanguard at this point. And then all of a sudden it hits so big that we almost reset it. 2 vanguards down, just a ranger to go. One more side swing. Here we go. Get our ZCB out and ready for Vespula. It appears we didn't pick up an enhance, which is not great, but not the end of the world. Somehow we missed that. Taking 10 years to open one chest with 99 thieving, by the way. Although I don't think the thieving level has any bearing on how long it takes to open a chest. It does affect the grub count, though. It might be a little scuffed already, yeah. And what we're, because we don't have the enhance, I'm going to grab that extra 2 dose just in case. And also, we're going to sip the brew here and then overload. That way it doesn't run out mid-Vespula. Now, if we get unlucky here, this could be the end of the run because we don't have an enhance. But surely it'll be fine. Yeah, we're fine. Heal up here as much as we can. Take the pots. We're in our range gear. Let's go ahead and grab one more brew. Just gonna do tightrope normally, no fancy skipping. That's why we prepped. We're stepping back out of the attack range so that we're making sure we're only doing 1-to-1 trades between our attacks and their attacks. And we're going to be doing the same thing with the rangers, with one extra added step, flicking to our tank armor, because these things hit like a truck. We're going to brew here because we're in chance range. These things can hit like 40 plus. Crossing the rope to grab the key. Nice and easy. And as we make our way over to the next area, equip our melee gear with the pickaxe. Maybe even brew up a little bit. Sip the stamina, and then bank the stamina. Make sure you have 2 restores on you, and then fill the rest of the inventory up with brews. I need to mark the tiles for the teleport skip. I currently don't have the tiles for that, so we're just going to be doing Vasa the normal way without the teleport skip. Good DPS on the Guardians right now. That's 1 down. Very good DPS right now. The Guardians room is very random. Like sometimes you'll get like a 1 minute something one, and sometimes you'll get a over 2 minute one. So there's about 40 seconds, less than 40 now even, on our overload. We're going to go ahead and re-overload before we head into Vasa. The teleport attack is going to put our HP really low anyways. So we're going to sip the overload, drop it, equip our sight to keep our inventory in check, and then switch to our range gear. As soon as we get teleported, brew. And our ZCB spec misses. Tragic. And we're hitting zeros, even more tragic. Absolutely no DPS. Abysmal hits right there. We do get the crystal down pretty quickly, though. Another 0, unfortunately. Clicking on all the wrong things in my inventory. This is the worst DPS I've had with the T-Bow at Vasa in a while. But if we do enough DPS here, we should still be able to avoid the teleport. Yeah, this is the most cursed run. Can't remember the last time I've had to make it this far in Vasa room with a T-Bow. Alright, so hopefully here we do big damage, because otherwise we'll get teleported. Which isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's absolutely shocking and just a testament to how bad the DPS is. And we do get teleported. Wow. This has not happened to me in hundreds of raids. And I'm continuing to hit zeros right now. What is going on? There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and sip the enhanced, drop it. Equip our pickaxe and defender for extra space. We're gonna chug this brew. Continue chugging because we're actually really low. We're gonna heal all the way up. And we had 2 restores on us. We're gonna use one of them. Get rid of it completely. And now we have room. Be maging the Skeletal Mystics. But yeah, that was the worst Vasa. Cannot stress that enough. I haven't seen something like that in ages. And we weren't doing anything wrong there. Just the crazy part. We had all our gear switches and everything. Which is a bit of a shame because I feel like we were otherwise pacing pretty well. That was a 2.5-minute Vasa. That's something like when I used to have to Bofa crystal Vasa back in the day. Pre-changes, no less. Our pot supply is looking nice and healthy though, so even if Mudal is very arrogant, we should be able to survive it. We didn't bring a ZGS or anything like that with us, so we are going to be chopping the tree. So right here, I'm actually going to re-overload. Have our tank gear on, and then chop the tree. Every EXP drop, we're going to brew and attack it, then back on the tree. Be mindful of whether it's meleeing or ranging. And just switch accordingly. If possible, stay within its melee range. You're probably going to take less damage that way. Just be careful not to reset here. I think we can probably get away with one more hit. We can. And one more chop. There we go. Let's go summon a Thrall, Mage Gear, step under, and flick to some tank armor. Down it goes. Range gear now. The ZCB. Down it goes. Equip our melee gear. Can drop the 3-dose overload for the fresh new one. Get our stats up as we make our way over to Ulm. Go ahead and drop a restore and brew on the ground. We're going to pick those up after we overload, pre-overload and stuff. Bank things we don't need, like the ZCB, and in place of the ZCB, I can actually get the Elder Maul right in its same inventory location. 2 brews and 5 restores. I like to pre-sip a SAM and then take out the 4-dose one and bank the other one. And in we go. Actually missed a hit there, unfortunate, but we got it going. We got lucky because we're going to do the 12-0 side twice, so 0 damage while mage running. Mage hand is down. Melee gear and summon melee thrall. We're just going to be 3 to 1ing with the scythe here. Not the most efficient thing, but it'll get the job done nice and easy without too much effort. So as we were trying to fix the rotation here, lightning came out, so we're going to 1 to 1 twice. So that's 1. And that's 2. And now we should be in rotation. Or in cycle. That's P1. Get ready to Elder Maul to start a P2. Now, if you do this correctly, you shouldn't take any damage. So Maul as soon as you can. Run to Ring Finger, then left. There we go. Let's make sure we're stamina up. And actually heal up here because we will get hit while mage running. Mage hand down. Alright, making our way to P3. Enhance is about to run out, so let's just go ahead and sip that again. Also got to keep an eye out on our overload as well. It's P3, so I'm just going to send both specs here. Luckily, we land both. Keep my stamina up. Also got to keep in mind not to reset the hand. Got the mage hand low, so let's work on the melee hand now. Okay, I misclicked. Avoided taking damage though. My inventory got in the way of my own clicks there. Melee hand down, switch to our mage gear to finish off the mage hand as soon as we can. Down they go, summon the range thrall and start ranging 4-1. Olm is not very nice about my prayer situation right now. Drained my prayer several times. DPS is good right now though. And we are just using amethyst arrows, not dragon arrows at the moment. And we get a 34-49. No purple, we get Saltpeter and Avanto. 164, which is still a decent amount. Don't remember what that number would typically be in the past, though. They definitely nerfed it. Dude, Vasa costed me a PB, pretty much. Vasa cost me a PB. Can I scroll up far enough to see the Ice Demon portion? Yeah, like, I wasn't hitting anything with the T-bow on Vanguards. The ZCB missed on Vanguards. It missed somewhere else, too. I missed at Vasa, and then, like, I actually got 2 teleports with the T-bow on Vasa. That was crazy. Hey, I'll tell you what, though. A 130 Guardians, that was good. I should probably, like, learn the tightrope skip and then actually go for, like, some good PBs one day, but dying when you're, like, 10 minutes in at tightrope or something sounds painful. I imagine there probably is. Like, that's how people do the... Like, some people, when they do speedruns, there's, like, the room breakdowns. Like, Kirby uses it, I'm sure. Well, we actually did a decent amount of raids today. That was 3 CMs. I don't know how many TOAs, like, maybe, like, 5 TOAs or something. Haven't seen any purples, which is very unfortunate. Oh yeah, we got this. You know what? I guess we need a 4th Karis. Let's go ahead and get that. Just for the sake of it. I mean, we're never going to use this Karis of the Amasket, but might as well. There's a squad of non-maxers that raid all the time, to be honest. Yeah, that is cap. Tell me who else in the clan raids that isn't maxed. Like, who? Where am I going? Oh, Alcarid. Jeweler Bucks. For example, the TOAs we did today, every single person in there was maxed. I think the dude's over here, right? Osman? Selim. Osman is before the quest. Could you sell me another Karis? I would like a partisan, please. That'll be 60,000 coins. Elitist clan. We're gonna attach it. Oh, look, we got a Karis of a mascot. No way, bro. This is gonna be so useful. Game changing for us, man. Absolutely game changing. Alright, let's go ahead and move the placeholder into that tab right there. I mean, it makes sense to put the Karis right there, but then now the Blade of Saildor is down here, which makes no sense. Honestly, the Ralos being down here makes no sense either. I don't know where to put stuff, man. It looks good, like, up here, and then, like, down here, so I don't know. I mean, I guess I do have 4 Karises and 4 Godsword shards now, so that's pretty cool. Got a scroll box, elite scroll box, okay. I'm just gonna check that somewhere else. Over there, I guess, sure, why not? Elitist clan, casual dreamers, elitist. Well, I don't think I'm gonna be doing too much else now because we just like spent the entire day raiding, really. Almost time for another birdhouse run, actually. And let's get out of Alcarid. Why am I even here, you know? Gotta go to the Max Guild. I guess I'll update the setup. I'll probably still hang around, but I'm gonna end the stream here. Because I'm probably not gonna do anything like too interesting. Oh, I left, you know what, before I forget. I didn't take stuff out of the cock storage. So let's grab that. Let's go ahead and clear that out. There we go. Those staminas we used at Chambers today were the staminas we got out of top. Alright, I am going to call the stream here. I'll probably be live tomorrow starting around the same time, usually at night, so yeah. Today is Saturday, so it's going to be Sunday. Alrighty. Take it easy. Peace.